Ayo, it's ayo, ayo, ayo. It's daylight come and we won't go home. Yo, shout out to a Thursday. Ayo, what's up, Texas? Shout out to Thursday night. Shout out to on the eve of one of the most played betas of all time that Slow-Mo just told me, Call of Duty. Shout out to the 10%ers. Shout out to everybody out there. I'm gonna drop a poll later on in the show to see how many people are actually gonna be playing Call of Duty tonight. Might be a lot of people, but yeah, man, we're gonna have a great time today. A lot of good stuff that's going on. But as always, first of all, I missed you guys. Welcome back to Thursday night. You know, because last time the show was on a Tuesday when it was on my channel. But it's always a great time to be here with Slow-Mo. So, one, the only, the man, the myth, the legend, the man of many slaps, the man that still hasn't made a video, and he keeps saying he's going to make it. Slow-Mo backslap. That is his. He's been working on this video for eternity. It feels like 7 years have went by. What did she say in Titanic? It's been 84 years. It's a great movie.
Elimination. If a teammate falls, pick them up.
So what have you been up to, sir?
Down.
Oh Lord, is this a trick question?
Your ally is the only one left. Trust them to get this done. One opponent left. They don't stand a chance. 1 minute left.
Uh-oh. Oh Lord, really?
Team eliminated. You're a force of nature, Guardian.
Yeah, you agreed to it.
You're in the lead. Keep this momentum.
Uh-huh. Oh.
And then there was one. 1 minute. One opponent left. They don't stand a chance. Can you taste that? It's called victory. Stay the path, Guardian. It leads to victory.
Uh-huh. We still in. Yeah. Rest in peace, Dizzy.
Your teammate is alone. Let them focus. You've lost this round, but victory is still in reach. Take it. You're in the lead. Keep this momentum.
Mm-hmm. Oh Lord. Okay, the last city of Earth.
Only 1 minute left. Your teammate
Sounds
is
like
alone. Let them focus. Only one enemy remains. Don't let them catch their breath. And then there was one.
yeah.
Only one
Yep,
enemy
sounds like
remains.
it.
Don't let them catch their breath. You didn't come here to lose, Guardian. Show them what vengeance looks like. Time to turn the tides in your favor.
Guardian down.
Only one enemy remains. Don't let them catch their breath. 1 minute left. Opposing team eliminated. You're a force of nature, Guardian. Stay the path, Guardian. It leads to victory.
Guardian down.
One opponent left. They don't stand a chance. 1 minute left. They were running for the door, and you slammed it in their face. Superb.
One night. We were immortal. One night.
Victory
Yo.
is at your fingertips. Reach for
No.
it.
No, they're not. How are you? Say something, Slow-Mo. No, you are not muted. Yes, they are.
The entire chat's wrong, and you're right.
Yes.
So what you're saying is you're wrong.
No,
How come nobody can hear me though?
they can hear you.
There, because you just fixed it.
Wait a minute. What's the
What
name?
the-
No, because all right. Shout out to Gaming Muscle.
Chat,
No, wait,
I
hold on.
apologize.
Wait, hold on.
Let's start the podcast over.
Shout out.
13 minutes in, since Forte can't do the basics of like making sure the levels are right and whatnot before the podcast starts.
No,
Let's just start over again. Let's just start all over again.
no. Wait a minute. Hold on, because Gaming Muscle tweeted. He said we can hear Slow-Mo. I thought he was making that joke because
Tweeted.
No, I said he. Oh, not tweeted. He super chatted. Shout out to Gaming Bus with the $2 super chat. He says we can hear Slow-Mo, and when he said that, I was like, okay, because I saw the levels.
And then right after that, it says Smitty says free slow-mo audio.
I didn't see his yet, but it showed that your audio levels were moving, and I don't know why. So I unmuted you and muted you. I muted you and unmuted you, and now they can hear you. It was showing your audio levels moving slow mo.
Yeah,
Hey,
you
guess
know what?
Guess what?
You know what OBS does when when someone's muted and the levels go up, it still shows them going up. They're just gray.
They're gray, but you can still see. Yeah, it does. Slow mo. I'm
Right.
not colorblind.
So you had me muted. The entire time.
I am not colorblind, slow mo. I saw green. You were almost peaking a couple of times and I had to turn you down. So I saw green, yellow, and red.
I was talking I would say eloquently, probably not all that eloquent, but eloquent for me.
Oh my god.
About a game that I was having fun with, and nobody heard it. So look.
Okay, go ahead. You
TLDR, the first Descendant is a fun shooter, a looter shooter.
No.
It has a lot of elements from a lot. I'm not going to repeat everything.
I need you to, because you seem like you was having a lot of fun. I need you to repeat it.
I was having a lot of fun.
Okay, then repeat it.
I'm not having fun no more.
Well, yes, you are, because you're here with me.
No, I'm not.
You're here with
me.
I
mean, like I'm supposed to be here with you and the 10%ers and the DPS audience, but apparently it's just you.
Hey, now that's not fair.
Is it?
My feelings are hurt now.
You'll be all right. Let's write you some getting your balls off and no one heard, right?
Your balls off and no one heard.
Talking to myself.
Y'all can hear. Well, the funny thing is, if you check the audio version of this,
you ain't gonna hear anything.
No, you will, because remember, I'm recording my OBS, so you'll actually hear him talking. Because he's not muted. He wasn't muted. Because I could hear him still talking, so he wasn't muted. So.
But if your OBS was muting me, then you know what? We're done. I'm going. Look, TLDR. The first Descent is pretty fun. I wish I had more time with it. I wish it was like a open beta I wish it was kind of one of those like PC betas where it doesn't, those games that stay in beta for years and just like you forget that it's a beta and not an official release. And until they eventually say, hey, we're officially releasing the game, technically been out for like 4 years. I wish it was like that so I could have more time with it. But it's going to end tomorrow. But as I was saying, it's got most of the best elements from Anthem, story that's similar, like premise and plot from Destiny, and the loot's generous, but it's nothing to write home about. Like it's not Borderlands. Like you're not getting a gun where it's like the gun is so amazing and unique and different and it changes your play style. That's some Borderlands stuff. You're not getting that from this game. By the way, weren't you not supposed to do any Destiny footage?
The new month, isn't it?
I thought it was supposed to be for the rest of the year.
Was it for the year?
Man, you just doing I apologize again, everyone.
That
Forte is here subjecting y'all to more Destiny gameplay footage.
Listen,
when he was supposed to not do that.
Listen,
people paid money.
Listen. Okay,
people paid money to not do that, but
it was the last thing that I had up, and then I'm about to actually change it because we're about to talk about Redfall in a second, and it's actually gameplay that people can see. But absolutely, sir, you're right. But so have you been doing anything else, Slomo? Anything else in your life other than going on Twitter and slapping people around? What else you been doing?
I've been playing with Cat Daddy Lurk and my homie Numsy in Fortnite, and I'm going to I was supposed to do another video upload. So what?
Nothing.
That's what I thought.
You heard what I said.
I ain't hear nothing. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, we had a great night where we won 5 games in a row.
Nice.
And they were 5 hilarious games. Shout out to the world's biggest Pretty Ricky fan. And that's Cat Daddy Lurk, who admitted his love for Pretty Ricky and then went on to be super clutch as me and our friend Numsy died. And then he went on by himself to finish the match and win. And then after that, it was just like dub after dub. We getting double-digit kills. Things were hilarious was going on. So I'm gonna post all that stuff on all the social media. just clips of highlights of everything. Because it was a great night. It was a lot of fun. But that's pretty much about it. Yeah. What about you, man? What you been playing? If you've been able to play anything?
Well, actually, no, because I was out of town and being harassed by the Bears over the course of last weekend. So I had took the trip to Tennessee on Thursday. That's why DPS was on Tuesday last week, and endured that 11-hour drive. It was fun. Had fun with the family. I did play some video games while I was going. I played a little bit of not a little bit. I actually played a lot of it. Hey, what I'm about to say? I'm about to call it Plague's Tale. It is called
Oh,
Plague's Tale.
it is called Plague
Yeah,
Tale.
I was about to call it something.
Requiem.
Yeah, I was about to call it something completely different. But yeah,
I have not played it since
were you bored? Is that why you haven't played it?
No, I've been busy. I like the first game and I like the story and I kind of know where I feel like I know where the story's going. And I'm excited for that. I just haven't had time. Now, and I don't know, like I want to beat it before I start playing God of War, which doesn't give me a lot of time because Ragnarok comes out on the 9th,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
And then so that's like a week and a half, and I need to go do my playthrough through God of War on PC. So I'm probably just going to beat it this weekend. I don't know how long it is, but I'm just gonna just marathon it.
Yeah. So yeah, that was cool. Played that. I had a lot. I mean, I'm trying to tell people, man. Laptops are the way to go. You really don't sacrifice on your quality. You can play everything at 1080p, high frame rates and stuff.
High failure rate over time though.
With laptops, yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, if you're burning that boy out like you playing on a desktop, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean they have their uses though. For
Yeah, I
certain.
love my laptop though. It's really good. But outside of that, man, then drove home and it ensued with a 13.5-hour drive home because we just happened. So we caught. I swear to God, someone we caught every traffic jam and accident you could possibly catch between Tennessee and Michigan coming home. I swear, like if there was an accident, it was on our road. It was on our route. And then to make things even worse, we drove through Cincinnati coming home. And the time that we drove through Cincinnati was the time that the Cincinnati Bengals had just finished their game at 4:43.
Oh man, that sucks.
4:43, and they just finished, and they had just beat the brakes off of. I think it was off of the Dolphins. I forget who they played, probably the Dolphins, but they had just beat them, or it might have been Jacksonville. Don't know, don't care. But all I know is our trip. I was looking at, how you got your you have your GPS set, the mileage and stuff in it. And when we got to Cincinnati, it was like, you're about 5 hours away. It's at 4 hours and 48 minutes. I saw the clock. As soon as we hit Cincinnati, the clock jumped to 5 hours and 42 minutes. So I was like, wait a minute. We were just under 4 minutes, 4 hours. How we jumped to 5? And then it said, traffic, due to slow traffic. And we were like, oh no. And then we drove right by Paul Brown Stadium, and all you saw was the Bengal buses, people in their shirts and their jerseys, hanging out of convertibles. I was like, oh yeah, we gonna be stuck in this for a while. So I got home on Monday because this was on Sunday, and I played a little bit of stuff that day. Played a little bit more Plague's Tale, but outside of that, it was just mostly because I had to go back to work that next day. And normally I always tell people do not work after you travel because it's a bad idea. But I went to work and I slept all day Tuesday. And I didn't want to do anything all day Wednesday. So thank God there was no BRAP yesterday. And but outside of that, man, just play some NBA, play some of the Call of Duty campaign because I did pre-order online.
How you liking the campaign?
Fire.
That's what I've been hearing. So what I'm going to do for the first time in like over a decade, I'm actually going to buy Call of Duty. Now, I've had 2 of them in the past decade, but one was gifted to me, and the other one came with a GPU that I bought back in 2019. This will be the first time I'm actually going to buy Call of Duty. But I think the campaign and the reception of the campaign and how I generally was cool with the beta, kind of has tipped me in that direction.
Yeah, dude. It's when you say a looker, man, it is a looker. Like, have you looked at any gameplay from it at all?
Nope, I've been trying to avoid it. That's kind of what I kind of do before when I know I'm going to play something, but like it's going to come out very very soon. Like I've been actively avoiding anything that has to do with God of War because I don't want to see anything that's going to spoil it, and I just kind of want to just go in fresh. So
Yeah,
that's just
I
kind of
mean,
how I roll.
that's a good way to look at it. But outside of that, man, just enjoying games and stuff like that. But let's before we get to the topic, let's go and look at our people that we have in the chat and shot some of them out because it's been a while, man. It's been a while since we've been here. Let's see. Go to the top. Shout out to that guy, Smitty. Always one of the first people here. Shout out to you. Only on Xbox. Shout out to you, bro, for being here. True Serum's up in the house. The homie Slow Mo Backslap. We got Texas in here. Let's see. We had Gaming Muscle up in here telling me that Slow Mo was muted. You know what? I just realized he said he just didn't put can't. He put we can hear Slow Mo, but he meant to put can't and he didn't. So I blame Texas for this. Would have found out sooner.
We all blame you. Just let you know. Go ahead, continue.
Shout out to Gregor Von Doon. Shout out to Gregor. Shout out to Spider. Shout out to the homie Cat Daddy Lurk. And shout out to everybody else that came through and showed love and appreciation for the stream. Really appreciate it. But Slow Mo, let's talk about this Redfall trailer because I didn't even know there was a new trailer out. And it had something to do with leaves. Are those leaves? But what is your impressions on what you saw there? I mean, we actually got to see some different gameplay, if you want to call it gameplay. It still has the 2023 moniker on it. It still doesn't have an actual release window, even though Microsoft did say early 2023, but it doesn't say spring, it doesn't say summer, it just says 2023. So, twofold question. What do you think of the trailer, and when do you think we're going to actually see this game?
I think we're going to get it in the first half of the next year. It's definitely going to come out before Starfield. I think that game it's a smaller scope game, so there's not as much that needs to be done to it. I do like the kind of like the art direction they're going with it, and just like the world and stuff, and the special vampires and whatnot. It's a different vibe than what you would like get from what we first saw before, like the part where like whoever your character is in a house and it's like blood everywhere, but like the only light is the flashlight on your gun, and then like it starts to flicker, and then you see like the vampire rush at him from the corner. Like that kind of stuff is very cinematic and cool. I thought that was pretty interesting. As you recall, I've been more excited about Redfall than Starfield from the very start, and this is actually a little bit more different than what I expected. I didn't expect like to see it for it to be this kind of cinematic. I was more expecting to be just more like Borderlands, a looter, right? You got four character archetypes, very much like characters from Borderlands, but I like what I saw. I thought it was a pretty cool trailer. I do think, and so there's this Twitter personality that is a big Xbox fan, Clobril, and he came out with a tweet earlier that like is 100% accurate, something that we have been saying about Xbox and their marketing for years.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that he doesn't understand why they are so bad at doing the marketing for their games. And he actually brought examples that made sense. So he said that typically with social media is that if you're gonna drop a good trailer, and it's a really good trailer. If you look at the YouTube though, it's only got 68,000 views for a really good trailer.
Yep.
but it was only tweeted out from the Bethesda YouTube channel. I'm sorry, I said tweeted out. It was only released on the Bethesda YouTube channel. It was only tweeted out from the Redfall Twitter account. The official Xbox account took like 5 hours
To retweet
for
it
all
one day.
to retweet it, and it's just like, what are y'all doing? When Sony and Nintendo tweet out something that they're working on, when they tweet out the next Pokemon, or when they're tweeting out God of War Ragnarok, every PlayStation account is, even the official
even the
Sony account,
Even the studios.
every studios that aren't even involved in the game development is retweeting it, making sure it gets out there. That is a concerted effort that is synchronized. It takes a little bit more forethought to know what's going on. You want to know when they finally retweeted this really good at Redfall trailer? During World's Edge's live stream about Age of Empires.
Uh-huh.
So even then, by the time they got around to retweeting it or showing it themselves on their own Twitter account, it's just stealing thunder from another game and not getting the attention that it really deserves. So like, they really gotta put their, and I know there's some people like, they go slow-mo being critical of Xbox. This is something that deserves to be addressed. It's not difficult to do this. Freaking schedule your tweets. You can schedule a tweet.
Right.
Just schedule the tweet of the trailer from all the accounts at one time. It's not that hard. And so I feel bad for the game and for Arcane, because they put a really good trailer together. It looks like they're going to have a really good game. And it's, for me, this is like probably the most excited for Arcane game that I've ever been. And it's like, it's not getting the attention that it deserves. Pentiment is coming out soon. You want to know how many times the official Xbox account has tweeted about Pentiment?
Say none.
One time, as a reply to the Obsidian account.
That's sad.
That's beyond sad. There are Xbox fanboys on Twitter doing better marketing for their games than them. That's shameful. You gotta do better, man. You just gotta do better, and it's just like it deserves to be brought up. I'm glad Clover brought it up, because I think all of the official Xbox executive and people, they follow him.
Yeah, they all follow.
So usually when one of them finally puts their foot down on something, takes the cat off, and actually speaks some truth to it, something might actually happen. So like they need to do that for their own games, because it would be unfortunate if this game turns out to be really good, it reviews really well, and barely anybody plays it, because the overall majority, the people outside of this very small but hardcore and very in tune gaming community, everyone else outside of it don't even know what Redfall is. You know, so
no, I agree, and that's the biggest thing too. Like, when we first saw the game, it's like, do they even, like, unless they think that game is going to be a billionaire seller like Starfield and stuff like that, do they? I mean, they don't even put any effort into their marketing anymore. It's like, it's like they're willing to go out and spend.
Oh no, they coordinate all the marketing about controllers though.
Oh, they do. They do that. They do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, they definitely do that. But the biggest, what's sad is, I think of how much money they're spending on these studios. I know how much money they have invested, like, in this Activision deal, and and it's just. But I go back to 2007. When Halo was at the top of its game, and you couldn't go a city block without seeing something about Halo.
Right.
You couldn't look into the skyline and not see a billboard with Master Chief saying "Finish the fight."
And it was harder to market then.
And it was way harder to market then.
Because you don't have to spend any money to coordinate tweets and YouTube channels on social media. You don't. You all that stuff's free.
Yeah.
It's just taking the actual time to do it. And I'm sorry that we spent like the last 5 minutes kind of harping on poor Xbox marketing, but it's a good trailer. Looks like it may be a good game. We don't know for certain, but it looks good. And it's like, why are we talking about it more than you are?
Right. And I mean, because mostly it just seems like it's like if you're willing to show a trailer, it kind of gives you the illusion that this game is closer than you think it is, because like it's the holiday season. Yeah, are you?
So what do you? Let's put a month on it then. When do you think it's coming out?
Me, honestly, I think it's gonna be out. I think February.
That early?
I think February, because like, why would
Okay,
you?
hold on. Let's think about. Okay, do we have a release date for Forza Motorsport?
No,
Okay, they're not going to have them both come out in the same month. I don't think.
I think Forza is gonna be. Forza was usually a September title,
Right.
and we know not Redfall. We know Starfield, and the thing about Starfield, which is weird, they say first quarter, but I still think that game's not coming to the fourth quarter. I think that game got a straight.
You think
year
it's going to get
delay.
delayed again?
Did
You think it's going to get delayed again?
Oh man, I mean that would be technically a delay again, because they did say
Yeah.
first quarter. They did say first half of 2023.
It could be a May release
It could
and
be.
still be technically where they said it would be.
Okay, well, this is a question then. What do they have for the holiday then?
I think they haven't announced. I think it's
I mean,
probably
what do you
going to be
think it's going to
Avowed.
be? Do you think
I
Avowed?
think it'll be Avowed or Hellblade 2.
And if it's Hellblade 2, that's a win right there. if that's Hellblade 2.
If they have anything at all, they might not have
Oh,
anything
no,
for the holiday.
don't say that.
Well, I mean, look, look. We thought 2022 was going to be a big year for Xbox as far as game releases.
Yeah, it was a dumpster. It was a dumpster.
Right, and then now a lot of the games that were supposed to release this year are now supposedly released next year. But then next year we're supposed to have games released as well. So outside, like, we don't know anything that was actually officially slated for 2023.
Say True Serum says February is too packed, and he's right, but I don't think it's too.
I can see March. I can see March for Redfall.
But I don't see it being. See, there's a difference, because I think he's right. It's too packed to be a game that you sell at a $60 price tag. But for Game Pass, I don't think any month is too big for that, because I think if you're trying to drive people to your subscription service, you should be putting games out whenever you can put games out, because
so they have Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition coming out in January.
okay, 90% of the people don't care about that.
True, but January is kind of a stacked month. There's Forspoken, there's Dead Space Remake, there's Fire Emblem Engage. You got Persona 4 Golden coming out on all platforms. It's re-release. I think that's too much for Redfall.
No, it's
then
not.
You got
people don't. Okay, so people don't even buy. people don't even buy those type of games. Are those games in Game Pass?
Okay. Well, Forspoken is a first party IP. Dead Space Remake is a remake of a classic game.
Wait, you said Forspoken, but that's on PlayStation.
There are people who also own PlayStations and may decide to not, or NPCs, and may decide to not, like, this is like,
no, we're talking about,
they're not relying strictly on just people who only play on Xbox.
No, I know, but listen, you still need, well, no, you are listening. Let me say listen like that to you. But no, I just feel like, yeah, it's stacked, but we need to kind of be looking at, like, okay, the game it's being promoted as a game in Game Pass day one. It's also being promoted as a game that you could just, I mean, not even really as a game you could just buy. It's just the fact that the game's going to be available in Game Pass. That's what they're selling. So
Just because it's going to be available on Game Pass doesn't mean they need to avoid other games
they don't need to
that
avoid
are
other
more
games.
popular.
Like, okay, what if Forspoken is a brand new IP, just like this game is.
It's been marketed way better.
It has, but it's also a PlayStation only title.
And PC.
Oh yeah, NPC.
You still on this mindset of it's not on Xbox. Like,
dude,
there are people
there's
who
25
own
million. Listen,
multiple platforms, and
Yeah, listen.
if Redfall came out the same week as Forspoken, I think most people who own multiple platforms are going to play Forspoken.
I disagree. Shout out to Big Cloud with the $5 super chat. What's up, fam? Dope layout. Really appreciate it, bro. It's been a while since you've been through, man. Definitely appreciate you coming through, man. Shout out to you, and shout
What's
out
up,
to
Cloudy Bits. Cloudy Bits.
Shout out to the RGT podcast, man. The guys be doing the work over there. Appreciate it.
Okay, look, I think January's out. I also kind of feel like it wouldn't be ready by January, but that's just me. Anyway.
But no, like Arodimus said, me personally, and this isn't the Xbox side, the fanboy. This is me being I just think that Redfall, the fact that so I think the fact that if you had those
Fire Emblem, the last Fire Emblem 3 houses sold really well on the Switch.
It's only on Switch. It's only on Nintendo, Slow-mo. Only on Nintendo.
So you think the Xbox only community, the community that doesn't have a PC, doesn't have a PlayStation or a Switch, is going to carry Redfall if it comes out in January?
I said February, not January.
I'm sorry. Well, I'm talking about January anyway. But still, if it comes out in January, that's I think that's too many games. And you're talking about February. In February, there's only Octopath Traveler 2 and Hogwarts Legacy.
Right.
So February could work.
Yeah, February. That's why I said February.
And Dead Island too, but
last time we saw that game, something was falling out of a building and we didn't see it for another 6 years.
The only thing, this Wolong in March, which Xbox is marketing.
They're which they actually are marketing, which is weird.
Resident Evil 4 Remake, which is going to be the
crowning
jewel of March.
It's gonna be fire.
And another Trails game, which only I'll play it, but probably not too many other people. I think March is a.
Oh no, I was talking about Resident Evil. You'll play that.
Well, I ain't playing Resident Evil, but like that Resident Evil not coming out until the end of March. They could release in the beginning of March. I mean, that would completely kill Wulong's hype.
I think I think there's a window like in February, so the middle of February to the beginning.
Starfield can't come out in May.
I don't think Starfield's coming out in the first half.
It can't come out in May now, I think, because Zelda's coming out in May.
It's dead, and that's why I said it's not coming out in the first half.
It can't come out in May.
They gonna delay that boy, because I'm telling you right now, Forza.
Arodimus, yes, I'm buying Fire Emblem, Arodimus. What are you talking about? That's a day one cop.
Yeah, Fire Emblem's a day one. I know he gonna buy that day one. No.
That was my Three Houses was my game of the year in 2019. My game the freaking year.
Arodimus says awesome. Every time UEC Redfall looks better, while Forspoken looks worse every time.
He says emulator bros. I buy my games.
Well, no,
then I emulate.
I will shame him if he doesn't buy that game. He has to buy the game, then he can emulate it. We don't steal around here. We 10%ers. We buy our stuff, and then we do what we want after that.
All right, it's my product, and I
can do what I want.
I can do what I want with it.
If he wants to trade it into GameStop for half the price, he can do that.
Right.
Maybe not even half the price in some people's eyes. But
I will. It will be emulated.
So
it will run better on my Steam Deck. Yes, it will.
All right.
Yes,
so final thing. Release date. Let's settle it. I say February. Let me look at the calendar.
I'm gonna go April.
You gonna go April? What day?
Yeah. There's nothing. There's zero on the release schedule officially for April.
That's true. There isn't.
So I'm gonna go April.
I say February, and I will even give you a date. I say February 24th.
February 24th
Is a Friday.
is the same day Octopath Traveler 2, a Kirby game,
Kirby
a
game.
Altair RZA game. So all the the hentai likers are gonna
Yeah.
be playing that.
Yep.
And this 4 days before Destiny Lightfall.
Oh, wait a minute.
I knew that would make you pause.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
I knew that would make you
Wait,
pause.
did they actually Lightfall is in February? You're right. It's the 28th of February. Right.
I'm saying February is not a good month for
No,
them.
no, it's still a good.
Neither is
It's
January.
still a good month, but it's gonna.
No,
be,
it's
gonna
not.
Be,
You just want to be right, man.
17th.
You just want to be right. That's all.
It's not gonna be the 24th. It can't be the 24th. It has to be the 17th. If Xbox is smart, it's the 17th. We don't need. Do they realize that? That Bungie's numbers jump dramatically at the release of a DLC. They gonna eat up a. Oh man, you might be right about this one.
Oh, now because of Destiny, now you agree with me.
Well, no, because I wasn't thinking about Destiny because it's a DLC launch. But then when you think about the amount of people that jump into those DLCs, you're talking about 4 or 5 million people. Like that's a lot of people that play a lot of different games that are gonna be thinking and playing that game for probably at least a good 2 to 3 weeks for the first 2-3 weeks. So it's going to eat up a lot of bandwidth. So you might be right about March would be a better date, honestly. Like the end of March will be even better. Dang.
The end of March.
The end of March, which would be March.
So going up against Resident Evil 4 remake.
Dude, when is it gonna come out? April?
Yeah, like I said, where nothing else has got a release date for.
Well, that's only wait. That's only if Starfield. So when is Starfield gonna come out? So are we saying Starfield? Because I think it's not coming out to the end of the year. I don't think it's coming out until after Forza. I think Forza.
Starfield will get delayed. Again.
Yes, I think Starfield's going to get delayed to the end of the year.
I agree with you. I agree. I think it will be like an August, September game.
Yeah,
I think they'll do a little mini delay just to I mean, for once, polish a Bethesda release game.
Polish it and make it into a It's not. It wasn't probably ever going to be a turd, but they're going to do something. Well, with that being said. So, moving on to the next topic, Slow-Mo. Talk about price increases. And
oh boy.
What the homie Phil Spencer's been out here talking about. He hasn't just it has been on two fronts. He's been talking about console prices. He's also been talking about Game Pass prices. And people it feels like we've been saying for a long time that guys, listen, Xbox ain't gonna keep Game Pass Ultimate or just Game Pass in general at $10 and at $14.99. You guys are still in the PayPal right now. Be happy that you're, and this is the whole thing where people keep saying, well, why you keep talking about being happy? I was like, listen, be happy that Microsoft is allowing you to get over on them by giving you all. I mean, if you like the games, you like the games, but if you don't, it's still the simple fact that you're kind of getting over on them. But be happy that they're doing that, but it's not going to last forever. Sooner or later, these prices are going to change on this stuff, and we're gonna see that happen. But Phil Spencer had an interview talking about prices, talking about the future and what we should see in the beginning. What were some of the things you took away from the conversation that he had in that interview, Slow-Mo?
He said that Game Pass was profitable.
Mm-hmm.
And then he also said that he didn't see. He said currently, right now, Game Pass is 15% of the revenue that's generated through the Xbox division.
Yep.
And he didn't see it getting any higher. That's interesting. Interesting for a lot of different reasons. One, because they haven't, like, their promise of delivering their first party content through Game Pass has not really hit its peak yet.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder what that actually means, because you would think that if you've got 25 plus million subscribers in Game Pass without the content that you have been cultivating over the years, that with that content that more people would join in.
Right.
You also think that with not having Call of Duty, and then eventually once the marketing deal is up, because the PlayStation put it in their marketing with Activision that the game couldn't be put in Game Pass, that once that marketing deal is up in 2024, at the end of 2024, going into 2025, you'll be able to dump as much Call of Duty content as you want into Game Pass at that point. It seems to me, this is my opinion, that Phil's just being the wordsmith as usual right now. Not on the whole profitable thing, but on the, it's never going to be more than 10 to 15% of our operating revenue. That's important for him to say when he's got regulators asking questions like, what, Call of Duty and Game Pass together might severely hurt your competitors in a way that they can't recover from, blah 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 blah. Of course, you're gonna say things like, "Oh, it's never gonna be more than that." No, no, no. It's not gonna do more than 15% of revenue. Pretty much what it's doing right now. I just can't believe that. If these games they're coming out with are as good as they think they may be, you don't say that. So what are you saying, that like the people who don't subscribe to Game Pass wouldn't want to subscribe to it if you're dropping in 1 year Hellblade 2, Fable, a Halo Battle Royale, the Indiana Jones game? You think that people aren't going to want to sign up for that instead of having to pay out the pocket for $70 per game? Because I think that's what he absolutely was talking about in his comments about holding off on things that didn't feel right at this time. That $70 for a full price game is exactly what he was talking about.
Yep.
Expect that next year. It's a standard of the industry, and we knew this was going to happen when 2K, 2K and Take
2K,
Two,
they did it first.
when they were the first ones to do it, and they did it with the perfect game to raise that price with, which is NBA 2K. Because the vast majority of people weren't even paying $60 anyway. They were paying $100.
Yep, and that was the biggest thing that I said. I said this ain't no big deal because the most people that buy the game spend $100 on it.
And then there was Activision with Call of Duty.
Mm-hmm.
Then there was EA with FIFA and Madden.
Yeah, FIFA and Madden.
The biggest sellers did it.
Mm-hmm.
So if the biggest seller does it, what do you think that everyone else is going to do? They're going to follow suit. So they didn't do it. Xbox didn't do it because what games they're going to do it with?
I mean, even to an extent, Grand Theft Auto did it when they did the next gen update, because it's $19.99 for that thing on regular Xbox and PlayStation 4. But when you go to the next gen, it's $10 more. So all of these developers are doing that, especially with the games that they know they can get away with it on.
Yeah, and they are. He's kind of hedging his comments and things that he says specifically to make sure that he's not saying anything that can be used against them with a regulator or of some market, and slowing down the successful acquisition of Activision. So he's saying what he needs to say, and it's already profitable. Hey, it's something that's new, because he's never said that before. He said sustainable in the past. and of course sustainable for one of the richest companies in the world. So
Yeah, I it was interesting reading that article, and I was like, there's a lot of truth in what he's saying, but there's also a lot of like a lot of foresight into it too. Like, this is where we're going. Like when he said that I don't see it getting any higher than that, it kind of tells me like, which part is it the fact that the amount of money that they're putting in is is it's like on a plateau. So it's like as much as we're putting into it, we even if we get 50 million subscribers in there or 100 million subscribers in there, then we have to ramp up even more to just meet where we're at. So has Game Pass hit like a plateau? Is like, are they just happy with the 15% that they're making? Now, 15% at whatever dollar amount is still
they're
15.
not happy with that.
They're not.
They
Of
ain't
course,
happy with
no,
that.
yeah, because
I refuse to
no,
believe that.
nobody wants 15. Because think about this. What's the number one thing that corporations have when you worked at at the rental car place, Slow Mo? Every year you had year over year growth that you had to have, right?
Right.
Every year. And this is one thing I always said as a manager. I always told my associates, I was like, listen, one day, one of these years, it's gonna suck in here. Our numbers are gonna be horrendous because you can't keep building on year over year. Because at some point, everything has to equalize and go back to normal because you can't just keep adding 30% to everything. So they're definitely not happy. I mean, they put this is the 5th year, 5 or 6 years of Game Pass at this point.
Yeah.
$60 billion or $68 billion is riding on the Activision deal that they have going on right now. Bethesda hasn't released their big guns, like their newer big guns that they have that come out yet. We're still waiting for a lot of the games from people that they bought studios in 2018 when it comes to Hellblade and not Forza and Fable and stuff like that. And there's a lot of games out there that can definitely see that number grow. But I also think that this might be kind of a telltale that they're telling you that, hey, we don't see this growth coming anytime soon because they don't have anything that's going to release anytime soon outside of what they already have on the window.
They better. Oh no! So what? Nothing outside of Starfield and Avowed. I mean, I'm sorry, Redfall.
That they
and Forza.
Yep. Because why would they say that,
bruh?
Why would he say?
Hold on.
Think about that. Why would you say that though?
They got 24 studios.
They do. Slow Mo. They got 24 studios. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you. You're right.
How?
I
not release games.
Slow Mo. I am with you. But why? I don't want to believe this, Slow Mo. But why in the world?
I told you why they would say that, because they want regulators to believe that. Look, why didn't they say outright? Look, I don't believe the whole, hey, we can't officially say.
Well, this could be a regulator.
Wait. Remember with ZeniMax Media, remember when they was like, well, we can't officially say what we can or not going to do with Bethesda's games because we don't own the studios yet. Remember that?
Uh-huh.
What have they been saying all year? What they will and won't do with Activision's games. Oh, so now you can say what you really going to do with it or not. Interesting.
Yeah, that's true.
Then that was a convenient excuse that people believed so that they didn't have to have regulators going, so you're going to take all these games that used to be multi-plat and only put them where Game Pass is? Interesting. Now, second time around, spent 10 times as much money for a the biggest publisher in the world. Now people are looking at, especially after, in light of what you did with ZeniMax Media, now people are like, hey, hold up, sir. Now all the regular, the regulation committees want to have a crack at this. They want to ask their questions. They want to, at least to their constituents, make it look like they're doing their jobs.
Yeah.
Now you got to start talking. Look, I think it's a bigger scale version of what they already did before. They're saying what they need to say to close the deal. But once the deal's closed, the things they wanted to do with it before they announced the deal, they still want to do those things. They want it in Game Pass.
So you think the 15%? Well, we know they're not happy with the 15%.
Oh,
but
not when Game Pass is the foundation of everything that you do. If you only cared about 15%, why'd you put all your first party games in Game Pass? Or intend to?
No, you're right about that.
Yeah, I think it's BS. And I refuse to believe that we could be going to 2024 and we could be on DPS episode 228 still talking about, hey, what do you think about that, Avowed?
About the trailer, not the game.
About the trailer.
Not
the trailer, not the game.
Trailer.
Cause I'm gonna tell you, back in 2018, we was like, oh man, you see that trailer for Hellblade? That looked pretty good. Oh man,
2018, bro.
2018.
It's almost been 2.5. It's been 4.5 years.
They have owned Hellblade. I'm sorry. They've owned Ninja Theory for 4 years, and we still ain't got Hellblade 2.
Oh my god! When you think about it like
they
that,
have owned Obsidian, In Exile, Undead Labs, Compulsion Games, Playground Games. And these studios have released, it's just within their platform, not multi-plat stuff, but just within their platform. We got Bleeding Edge, Grounded.
Ground is fire, by the way.
I don't know about that. I'm drawing a blank here. What else?
Wasteland 3.
Wasteland 3.
Forza
Motorsport 5.
Halo Infinite.
No, I'm talking
about the new studios. That's not third.
Pentiment's not out yet, Rob.
You talk about what's not third party or not or multiplat, you mean?
Yeah, what's not multiplat, but just within their ecosystem.
That's about it. You're getting real close and thin.
4 games in 4 years.
Yeah, because Obsidian's game was multiplat.
From 7 studios.
Yep.
and you think in 2024 we still be talking about the same games?
No, I see what he's saying. The Hellblade trailer was in December of 2019.
Okay, 2019. But they owned them
since 2018.
Yeah, and Hellblade 2 was in development before they got acquired.
Yeah.
So,
oh man, I think I want to hope that you're right, because this could be it could go either way on this, but I just think it's like, man, I'm just so tired of this. I just want this Activision deal just to go through, because it's like right now, like you got Sony out here not wanting to talk about any.
Yeah,
they don't want to talk about none of their games in the future. No, we scared. We don't want to tell you that we purchased half of.
We money had it like half the third party games was coming out the next 2 years.
Yeah, we don't want you to know that.
We ain't trying to tell. We don't want Microsoft to use that as ammo against us. That like they should justify them acquiring Activision.
It's so silly. And then Xbox is out here like, oh no. And then Xbox said, oh, we're in third place. We're seventh when it comes to gaming. I'm like,
Yo,
yo,
no, they said 7th when it comes to PC, which
PC.
had me thinking like, wait a minute. So you telling me like third-party publishers launchers are more profitable than yours?
I guess they are.
Because think about that. If you're number 7 on PC,
That means you behind.
that means
you behind.
you're behind
GOG.
Steam, of course. Steam's number 1.
Uh-huh.
GOG is probably 2. 3 is probably Epic Game Store. Now after those, you're now going to third-party publisher
like
launchers.
EA, Ubisoft,
EA Play, Origin, Ubisoft Connect,
I guess they're behind all those.
the BattleNet. Like what? How are you? But
They definitely behind BattleNet. We know that.
how are you as a platform
But
holder
wait a
doing
minute,
that bad?
right.
And they announced 159% increase in whatever, I don't know, from where their PC marketplace was before, now. And I'm like, cool. I mean, that's growth for certain, right? But like, where'd you start at?
We got that Pentiment though. We got
Yeah.
that. We got that stopgap movie. Till Dust Falls.
Well, I like that stuff falls, man.
I mean, I
like
know,
it.
I know you did it. I hear.
I
a lot
think
of
they
people
should.
liked
I
it.
think they should acquire the developer and give them a budget so they don't have to do like basically water paint still pictures for the characters, and they can like go try and put it on the level of like a supermassive game because it's within that kind of game design, like a supermassive game or a Quantic Dream game. Give them a big budget. Make it a big AAA thing. They got the story chops for it. They could create a good story. These were former Telltale developers anyway, so this like that's their bag. So like I think, look, if you see some potential and that game got a little bit of a buzz in the gaming community, like you should lean into that. I think, but of course they won't do that until after the acquisition is finished. But like I think once the acquisition of Activision is finished, that should be something that they should explore. Because Phil has talked about in the past of filling holes in their portfolio, and he's normally talked about that in regards to Japanese games because they don't have all of their games have a very much a Western influence, from the RPGs to the shooters to the adventure games, right?
Yeah.
They don't have anything that gives you that Japanese feel, and I know they're looking for that, but they also don't have anything that kind of fits that narrative-driven walking simulator kind of thing, because Sony's got Until Dawn. And third party wise, there is, Quantic Dreams games, Supermassive games, new Telltale. Like they don't fulfill any of that. So I think that publishing as Dust Falls as they did gave them one game under their belt that kind of does that, and they should just kind of continue that forward, I think.
Erodimus says when they say they're 7th in PC, they are talking about PC manufacturers with Surface devices. Gregor's like the only people that really use Surface devices stand on
so sidelines.
That's a good one. Oh man, that's a good one.
All the kids in my county have iPads for school. The schools give out iPads.
Yeah, that's something that I realized. That's the big difference between areas too, because my kids, I believe the school district they're in is the second in Michigan, second best in Michigan, and yeah, they get laptops. They get iPads. They don't need for anything when it comes to devices and stuff. So I don't know, man. Microsoft's been fighting that fight with Apple for a while now, and I don't know how. I mean, Microsoft's just, that old. It's like that old money versus new money, and Apple is still new money when it compared to what Microsoft is. But it's just interesting to see that all of this is all stemming from a something that was brought up a year ago or early. Was it early? It feels so, doesn't it feel like it's been years for this Activision thing?
Because
It hasn't.
you know, it's because every week is something else. The CMA wants to see the record books.
It feels like
Sony said nanny nanny boo boo. Microsoft said Sony is petty. Blah blah blah. Somebody, so I'm sick and
I'm
tired of
tired
this,
of
man. I'm
it.
tired. Can you just end it? And
I
just
don't.
say what y'all gonna do. Are y'all gonna approve it or not? If you're not going to approve it, figure it out. Make some concessions. Get this over with, bro. I'm so sick and tired of this stuff.
I am too. Yeah, it's interesting, but
Everybody wants to be a market analyst now. Y'all, some of y'all think y'all lawyers now. Y'all reading 30, 40 page documents and breaking it down. What are y'all people writing letters to commissions of countries they don't even live in? Can y'all stop, please? Can this just end? End. Please.
they know what they doing, man. They keeping the fire alive right now. But going back to the question, so prices. When do you think we're going to see a price hike on Xbox Game Pass? And what do you think it will be?
Game Pass.
Yep.
After the games, Call of Duty games go in. So that's like 2024. I think they're going to raise the full price of the games from $60 to $70 for first party. I think they're going to do that next year. I think raising the price of Game Pass doesn't make sense when you ain't got like
got no games.
Got content in it, you know, that isn't content that you kind of money had it from a third party, you know.
That's true. I give you that. And what do you think the price will be when that happens? Just
$20.
Oh, you think it's only gonna be like a $5 up? Well, 10 if you're on regular Game Pass.
See, if they're smart, that's how you do it.
Yeah, that's true.
Because if Netflix went from $10 to what is it, 18 right now?
Yeah.
People would have lost it. But Netflix been doing little incremental increases for a while.
Man, I remember when Netflix was $8.99 and now it's $20.
Right. So they can't do a massive jump. People thinking that's gonna be like $30. No, you out your mind. That's not smart.
Yeah.
That's not smart pricing. They're likely going to just start. It's gonna be a slow increase. It may even be less than $20. It may go up to like 17.
True. Yeah, that's what Texas said. He said he think it'll be 16 in January 2024.
Yeah, makes well. I mean, I think the way that they will couch it so that it does like it softens the blow is that they'll be like, and coming to Game Pass. We got every Call of Duty game in existence in Game Pass right now. We got Fable Remake coming in 2 months. We got the next Compulsion game coming in 3 months. Game Pass going up to $18. And then we have like that's gonna be like that. Like it's gonna be in the middle of stuff. So you could be like, oh man, that's that. I'm gonna check that out. Okay, all right. What?
They gonna pull a Sony.
Oh no, they got something else coming now too. Okay, like it's gonna be in the middle of it, so like you see it, you flash it on the screen, you gonna be like, man, what the heck? And then it's already something else they talking about is coming that's gonna get your attention, you know. So I think that's how.
Yeah, they're gonna pull the Sony. They're gonna be like, this is how you share games, and this is how you also gonna pay for online going forward.
You're right.
No, that video is so incredible. I still can't get over that video. When they showed that video and the whole crowd got up and started cheering and crying and laughing at Microsoft, and then Sony just threw a jab in there, was like, and you're also gonna pay for PlayStation Plus on the PlayStation 4. And I swear it looked like nobody that was in frame caught that they said that, because they didn't. It was funny. But with that being said, Slomo, I do want to move over to our next topic. Oh boy, Tim the Tap Man Great dude, amazing streamer. Boy,
I never heard of this guy before.
boy,
His
you
his
never heard of
video.
this? You never heard
No,
before him?
what games does he play?
He played a lot of well, he's known for a lot of the battle royales that he played. That's pretty much where he was known
Okay.
at.
Like Apex Legends?
Yeah,
Is that his
all
deal?
of yeah, Apex, Call of Duty. He played a lot. He plays a lot with Dr. Disrespect. He started with Dr. Disrespect when they were on Twitch, but he stopped playing with him when because Twitch has that
Because
little
they kicked him off.
when
Yeah.
they kicked him off, so he couldn't play with him anymore because he wasn't on the platform. They couldn't stream together. So now that he's on Twitch, I mean on YouTube now they can stream together. So that's why you're starting to see them converse a lot more. But he's mostly known from being in that group with Dr. Disrespect and streaming in the battle royales and stuff. But yeah, when you sent me the link for it, I was like, oh, what did Tim say? So I check it out. I was like, this is dumb. I couldn't.
You think this? Wait. You think his comments are dumb?
No. I think in general, depending on how you look at skill-based matchmaking, because he says it's ruining video games. I think bad skill-based matchmaking is ruining video games.
Yes.
I don't think skill-based is ruining video games. Because the way he was saying it was like, he said he would play more multiplayer games and stream them.
He would stream them more.
He would stream them more if there was no skill-based match. I'm like, wait a minute, hold up. So you want to see people, you just want to go into a game and you want people to see you dumping on people. That's what you actually want to see.
Right. And that's not, I think there's two sides of an argument, right?
Yeah.
And both sides are talking past each other.
Yes.
Like there's the one side that's pro skill-based matchmaking that never wants to see skill-based matchmaking in anything. They won't give for a second. And anyone who doesn't like skill-based matchmaking or doesn't like the implementation of a system of it in a game, it's like some kind of try hard sweaty who just wants to dump on us regular folk, and that's not reality. There's a lot of complexity to it. I'll get to that later. Then there's the other side that are the people who have for various different reasons don't like skill-based matchmaking, but the loudest ones are the guys like Tim who doesn't want to stream Call of Duty because he doesn't want to have a match record on his stream on his channel where he gets dog walked.
Literally.
He wants to look like he is the best Call of Duty player at all times. And if he can't do that, then he's not trying. That's why like a lot of those guys like battle royales, because this out of 100 players, you're not going to get all 100 people on your same skill level.
Right.
So even if you lose a match, you could have a Fortnite match where you had like 15 kills and still lose, be in second place. But you had 15 kills up into that second place. You still look like a dominant player. If you go 6-13 in a Call of Duty match, even though it may have been just one match, but if you got skill-based matchmaking and the only people you playing against are people who are on your skill level, you're not going to be destroying people like you would for the regular guy, because you're not fighting regular guys. You're fighting other sweaties like you. And so they don't like to see that. They feel like their stream doesn't like to see. It may be great matches, very competitive, but they feel like they don't want to deal with a troll coming in like, you getting dogged, you getting ished on. They don't want to deal with that. So they don't want to stream that. And that's not all the people that are on the anti-skill-based matchmaking side. I agree with you, Forte. I think that I am anti-bad skill-based matchmaking. I am pro a good system. The problem is the vast majority of skill-based matchmaking in multiplayer games is bad implementation of it.
Yep.
And so I feel like you should just go without instead of having it. And here's why. And this is really just me talking personally about my experience with it. I used to play with my boys back in the day. And, before there was Xbox Live, when it was just original Xbox, we used to be back around the way, get 4 Xboxes together, get a Switch, system link, let's go. And we have fun all night long. Halo 2 comes out. But before then we was on XConnect. But after XConnect, Xbox Live becomes a thing. We out there, we getting called in words left and right, but we having fun. And Halo 2, Halo 3, Halo Reach, we were loving it. We all played together. We all had a great time. Now, we tried to get together to play Halo Infinite. My boy's not having a good time. I'm having dominant matches. My other friend is doing okay. The other two are complaining, cussing up a storm. They going 5 for 15, 5 for 16. We losing every match. And what are they telling me? Hey, man, before you joined, I went 20 and 10. I went 25 and 7. You get in here and now I'm not even getting a positive KD. I'm not trying to boost myself up.
Right.
Because what my experience is very reminiscent of what a lot of other people have told me. And it's not just this. I can't get people to play Road Company with me. I can't get people to play Halo Infinite with me. I can't get people to play a multitude of games with me. And I'm not great at Overwatch. I'm decent, but I play Overwatch with certain people and I'm all right. I'm having a great time. I played with that one friend that's an Overwatch sweaty, and it's like, who are these people? What is this lobby? What did that character just do? I don't know. And it's just, that's bad team balancing. And a part of team balancing, because in order for them to balance it and know what everyone's skill level is and try to come up with this. So what they do is they try to say, they'll take a team, like there's a full stack over here, and they're all like around the same skill level. Let's say they're all 6s. Okay. It's a 6 out of 10. And they'll take another team that's like where the top guy is an 8. So he's the best player in the match, but they match him with a bunch of 3s or a bunch of 4s, whatever. As long as the numbers are close, the average numbers, whatever their system sets up, shows that the teams are balanced and that their system has matched up enough people to where it looks equal. They let that go. A problem with that is that it's not taking ping into account.
Yeah.
It's not taking latency into account. So you do that, and then you got your ping sky high because they matched you with a group of other people just to get this one max to go. And you're shooting at people, and bullets is going through bodies like they Shadowcat or something from the X-Men. And you're shooting at people, and you're wondering why your team is just running head first into bullets like a bunch of like crash test dummies. And you're just like, what the freak is going on? Why are all my teammates so dumb? They're not dumb. They're just not as experienced or as good as you in that game. But why is all your teammates always like that? It's team balancing. It's skill-based matchmaking.
Team balancing sucks in video.
Yeah, it is like that. They've got to. But if you can't fix that, if there's ever a developer that listens to this, if you could not fix that, remove it. Because not having skill-based matchmaking, yes, you're gonna run into the sweaty, who is his guy KD of 3.5, and he's gonna murder everybody in the lobby. And then the very next match, you might be the best guy in the lobby.
Yep.
If you prioritize ping and latency, you give everybody a fair shot. And you're going to have matches where sometimes it's up, sometimes it's down, but it won't be consistently every single match. This like you're fighting the same squad,
Yeah.
like you're fighting the same team, like different names, same outcome. No, that's not fun.
I always wonder why games don't implement because I feel for both sides of it. I understand being a higher tier player in whatever game you're playing. I understand the frustration of always feeling like you have to
Carry.
sweat every game that you play.
Yeah.
I do listen because sometimes I think the game thinks you're way better than you actually are, and they'll put you in situations and lobbies with people that are significantly better than you, and you just have to fight for like just staying alive is a chore because
Right.
it's like you're playing at a higher tier against people that know every little thing that you know, and they might know it a little bit better. And the only way to get better is by playing people like that. I'm not going to say it's not, because that's how you get better. But I also think there's a place for that. There's a place called a competitive playlist. There's a place called rank for stuff like that. I just don't understand when you go into a custom game, a custom match, where you are not a custom match, where you go into a casual playlist where it shouldn't be about what your MLR is or what your CR score is or what your skill-based matchmaking rank is. I just feel like at a certain point, I know that people don't want to get dumped on all the time, and if you are one of those people that's good enough to go into one of these public lobbies and just destroy people, the one thing I like, Destiny has this little thing. It's called they have a mercy rule, and if
Mhm.
you mercy a team, what it does is when the game is over, they disband the teams. They say disbanding teams, looking for different matchmaking players, and
Mhm.
they do that. Why can't they do that for people at the higher tier? Like if you're a person that if you're going into a game, like the game will say, "Hey, you're really really good." But we're going to put you in this game with some good players. There are going to be some lower tier players in there. You're going to have fun in this lobby. But if you have way too much fun in this lobby, there's a chance it's going to boot you out of this lobby and put you into a different one. Now, the next game could be the same thing, but it's not the same people over and over again. Because the problem
Right.
is people get tired of seeing the same people. And that's
Yes.
the thing that happens. Like if you put me into a party with 30, like say I'm good enough and I'm in a pool with 50 of the greatest people that play that game, and that's the only 50 people I'm playing, I'm gonna get annoyed too. Because at a certain point, you're not really learning anything. You're really complaining about every little thing that happens because you know what they're gonna do, they know what you're gonna do. And it's more of a cat and mouse game. You can't try different weapons out. You can't try different loadouts out. And this is in any game. Oh, you might want to try SMG this game, or you might want to try to snipe this game.
You
No,
can't do
you
no
can't
testing.
do none of that testing because you're
As soon
playing
as you do any testing, you getting dog walked, and it's just like
and you going right back to what they dog walking you with because that's what the meta is. And the thing is about the meta in whatever game, this is Call of Duty, Fortnite, whatever game you're playing in, the meta is something that always changes. But when you play when you're playing in a playlist that isn't strict by skill base, you have an opportunity to breathe and express yourself. Now, yes, that does benefit higher tier players, but I just don't feel like the higher tier player needs to always sweat every moment of every day. Sometimes they just want to go into a game, like you said, Slow-Mo, and play with their friends. I should be able to go into a game with Slow-Mo. I should be able to go in the game with Luca. I should be able to go into a game with Taz or somebody that just picked up the controller in the video game for the first time ever. And they may get stomped, but it should be to the point where they feel like, oh, if I see a certain person in the game, I can actually fight that person. And they should look forward to fighting that person. But everybody that they run into dog walks them. that's not a good experience.
Yeah, it's not fun for that, and then that's how people end up quitting, which is why uh you've seen some multiplayer games try to implement like put you in a different pool. A lot of like say Splitgate did this, right? But like the way Splitgate did it, it actually gave I think it gave people the wrong impression of what the game was really like. So Splitgate is a very much like Halo and Call of Duty in a lot of ways with its gunplay. And so a lot of people when they first tried it last year was like, oh, you know, like if they were a Halo player, this reminds me of Halo in these ways. If they were a Call of Duty player, this reminds me of COD in these ways. And that's because they were only playing against new players and bots. And so if you're a decent to pretty good first person shooter player, you were having some great matches. But as soon as you hit level 15, it's like somebody flipped a switch.
Right.
And you got to play the real Splitgate players. The people who've been playing the game since it was only on PC and since 2019. The people who their way of traversing the map isn't to sprint around the map. They're portaling around the map. The one truly unique quality of Splitgate is the portals and its use.
Mm-hmm.
And when you haven't seen anybody do that for 15 levels, because everyone is either a dumb bot or another new player who's just getting used to the mechanics like you make the mistake that a lot of people made when they first started playing the game is thinking, the portal is a unique gimmick, but I ain't doing it. It's not a gimmick. That is the top tier level of skill for the game. You can't reach that top tier level until you learn how to traverse, learn the map layout and learn how to traverse the map by barely moving, sniping people through portals. When people realize when they hit that wall and they're getting killed, they don't even know where the guy shot them from. That kind of bucket of cold water that gets dropped on them, some people don't adjust. Oh man, that's the kind of game this is now.
Oh yeah, you right.
Then
about
they
that.
Quit.
You right about because people.
Now
Quit. Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't quit. My level in Splitgate, baby, it's like maybe like 80 something. I have a KD of like 1.76. My KD before I reached that level was like 3.0. When I reached that level, I was getting smacked for a couple of days before I adjusted. I gotta understand these portals and understand these maps better. I got better.
Yeah.
But look at 1047 games. That game, summer of 2021, hottest thing in the summer. People had to wait for almost an hour in the queue just to play the game.
Yeah, I remember. It was crazy.
And by that fall, it was a desert again. Because people hit that wall and was like, oh, nah, this ain't for me. I'm going to go back to COD. And so it gave a false impression of the game because they were trying to protect players. But all they did was just give them a false impression of what the game is really like. Like, you can't do those things. You can't protect players from the top end. One, you're not allowing them to learn. Because maybe they'll be like me and be like, take the challenge of getting better instead of quitting. Maybe. Of course, you'll get people who are going to quit. That's just the way things are. But you can't protect them from that because even if they want to be competitive and want to do better, you're not giving them the opportunity to do so because you're not giving them the opportunity to play against people who are better than them. You're just having them stuck playing the people who are on their same skill level. And how do you grow from that? I think my opinion here is that every game should do two things. They should at least have one mode that is completely free, a skill-based matchmaking.
Mm-hmm.
Now, whether it's a mode that's free, and maybe that mode ends up being the sweat mode that a lot of people don't go to because they know it's sweats in there. And then, hey, maybe that becomes a problem where you you're getting nothing but other sweats that are going to that mode to stomp, the bums of the game of the community. But if you have that mode have multiple versions, there's the mode that has skill-based matchmaking enabled and the mode that has it disabled, then you can undo that so that friends can just get together like they used to and have fun. And the second thing is that you got to remove any kind of balancing that says it's okay for one player to be on a team that is nowhere near that person's skill level in order to play against an entirely other team that's better than those other people except that one player. That's not balancing, because you're either going to barely win by carrying your butt off, or you're going to carry your butt off, have great stats, and still lose. And that's frustrating.
Yeah.
I feel like I do that every time I play solo in Rogue Company. That's what I feel like I'm doing. Teammates that don't make any sense. I tweet stuff out on Twitter. How I got 45 kills. 45 kills, 3 deaths. We lose.
And the thing
Make it
is,
make sense.
and sometimes you look at that and you feel really good, and it's like an accomplishment that you were able to, like, because there's been games where I would tweet out a 4.3 KD. We on a losing team. We got destroyed. I got a 4.3, but everybody else on my team is like 0.2, 0.1. And I'm like, yo, how did I have 22 kills, 4.3 KD, and the rest of these zombies out here couldn't even shoot a water pistol? But it's like, but that's the nature of the skill base. So it's like the game just sees you as this 10. And then it says, we're going to say, oh, if there's 12 people in this lobby, we're going to say you're the 12. And then the other team's going to get 10. They're going to get 10 and 9. They're going to get 8. They're going to get 7. And then you're going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's what the game basically says.
Yeah.
It's so crazy. But
it boggles the mind. You feel like you're playing with people who's holding their controller with their toes or something. Like they holding the game with the controller with their feet. It's like, what is happening? How come you can't hit anything? Like, give me some help here. And it's like, it's not fun to play with people who forget the whole quick twitch. I aim faster than those guys kind of deal. Don't know the maps. Don't understand how the build, how their build should work. Don't understand really the mechanics of the game. It's frustrating.
So what do you? Okay, so skill base, we know what the hang up of it, but if you, in your opinion, because you play a lot of different shooters, you play a lot of different shooters, so you've seen a lot of different skill base. What do you think the number one thing is that people need to do, in your opinion, to improve at whatever game shooter they're playing, that you notice that people do not do? What is it that you think the number one thing is for you?
They need to get comfortable. Okay, well, all right. Depending on the game, understanding the maps is very key, but they gotta get comfortable. They gotta get comfortable with, like, if it's Overwatch, a particular character, because they're all very unique in Overwatch. Rogue Company is like watered down Overwatch, but more focused on guns because everybody can shoot. But like, if it's a multiplayer, if it's factions, anything like Apex Legends, we have a battle royale with specialized characters with abilities. Get comfortable with one particular character. Get your feet wet with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then learn that character really well. Put a lot of hours into that one character, or in the case of another game where it's not just one character, that one build. If it's Halo, get comfortable with a certain kind of gun. I would even say, if you're having problems, if the game has a training mode,
yes,
do that. Do that training mode until you are reaching certain plateaus in that training mode that makes you feel like I can go into the game and play against other players now. What I did, with Halo Infinite, it's something I've done in sometimes I do this in Road Company sometimes. I'll go into the shooting range. If I feel like my aim is all over the place this one day, I'll go into the shooting range to get my aim together before I go back into team deathmatch or strikeout or whatever in the game. In Halo Infinite, there will be days. I still do this because I got the game still installed. Just because I want to be still somewhat fresh when the winter update comes out. I'll go into training mode, put the bots on Spartan, which are those aren't the bots that you get when they filling in, when someone drops in the game. You're getting the Marine bots then. The Spartan bots have freaking aimbot on in Halo Infinite. I will go in there and I'm like, I'm not coming out until I go on a kill streak with the assault rifle and then another kill streak on the battle rifle. Then I feel comfortable going into an actual multiplayer match. Like, set certain goals for yourself so that once you feel comfortable, then you're not freaking out in the game. You're not getting frustrated. Because why I say a lot of people, they get frustrated, they stop thinking. And then they just start doing the same thing that doesn't work. Keep coming around the corner without looking, not ready to shoot, don't know the map, and you getting bodied left and right over and over and over again. You just and then the more you get killed, the worse off you play. Like, once you get comfortable knowing the maps, knowing how people play the maps, knowing your weapons, knowing how that weapon works, get your favorite gun. It may not be the best gun in the game, but if you know that gun well and you've tuned your settings, your aim and shooting everything, your acceleration and all that stuff, your aim assist to work for you, you'll be fine.
Right.
It's just it's about being in a place where you can't be thrown off. And then you can play your best game. You're not gonna be the best ever, but you'll be better than you were before. And like Dorian Gray says, there's no cushion in Valorant, no bots, no nothing but a brick wall. That's where you just like you pick a character and you focus on that. I think Valorant's only mouse and keyboard, so I haven't really played it too much. Doesn't it have a shooting range? That's where still like, you should just go to the shooting range and work on a particular character and aiming and shooting and doing little things like that. Yeah, if you games still have things like that to allow you to, and it's much easier now than it was before. Back in the day, Halo didn't give you that. You didn't get no damn shooting range.
Right.
You didn't get training mode with like aimbot bots. No, you didn't get none of that stuff. You got, hey, look, get in the game and get your head smacked a few times so you figure it out, right? But this is what I'm just saying to y'all is like, learn the map. 2, get comfortable with a play style that works for you, that you enjoy. Because if you're enjoying it and you're having fun, even if you only went like 12 and 10, you have fun playing that match. You're ready to play it again.
Yep.
And if you're having fun, you're going to spend more time in it, less time frustrated. You're going to learn more. You're going to get better that way. And just figure out how to get the ways to get better. If you got to stop playing and go into a training mode and figure out why this doesn't work, figure out how or a particular character, how that particular character set of skills work, figure those things out. But it's going to take time. You're not going to be immediately like, I expect to get my head smacked in Call of Duty when I played this weekend.
Oh,
because I ain't played COD. I played the beta. I did decent in the beta. I had like some really good matches. Only one really bad match, but some really good matches. But like, I fully expect to get smacked around in the beginning. But that's going to be me trying. Shoot, Battlefield. Gregor just said Battlefield. He says, I highly recommend new Battlefield players to not practice flying in shooting range because watching y'all crash will always be the same. but look, hey, look, you Battlefield is, I think Battlefield is difficult because the maps are so big and there's so many people that like, I remember playing 2042 and just being like spending most of my time running, just running to the next.
You just gotta stay in the fight in those. So you gotta go. It's like, yeah, it's that's a difficult game to kind of get your groove in, but you gotta just find your way always. Like instead of trying to find vehicles, just spawn on certain areas. Spawn on if someone's taking the A flag, spawn on the A flag if it still lets you, so you can get right into the fight right then and there.
Right,
That's
right,
kind of the things you need to kind of do in games like that. But you said a lot, and if I had to piggyback off of that with 3 other things, like for me that people need to do. One thing, number 1, learn how to use your map. Most people in any game, it could be Battlefield, it could be Call of Duty, it could be Destiny, it could be Splitgate, it could be Rogue Company, any game. You inherently always see a lot of people that just get surprised. Like they don't know you're there. It's like if you were looking at your map, you would notice somebody who's coming around this corner at some point, or they're within whatever the map radius of your game is, 5 to 10 meters or whatever. You know that you are about to be in an engagement and you should be ready for it. I think that is literally one of the most important things that the game gives you. It gives you super situational awareness. It allows you to be prepared for pretty much any type of engagement that you're gonna be in. And then the thing is, if you pay attention to the mini map as much as you can, you will, at that point, it's 50-50. It's a 50-50 gunfight because everybody knows what's going on. Then it comes down to, does that other person know you're there? And if they're not paying attention to their map, it's a good chance you're gonna win that engagement. But those are some of the things I think people need to do the most. Pay attention to your map. The second thing people need to do is pay attention to your positioning in games. Like when you are going around a corner, like Slomo said earlier, be ready with your gun out. If you're playing on a map with a lot of debris and stuff around it, know that I can be shot from this angle if I'm standing in front of this rock. But if I was to back up, not even 2 feet, I'm covered from my left side. Can't nobody come behind me because my teammates are shooting behind me. So they would have to get through them first before they get to me. And I got free reign to shoot down range at in the direction I'm looking at. And then I can also, once I take those people out, I can creep over to the left because this rock that's blocking my left side. I can use that to peek and give people a very little piece of my body or head to shoot at. And most people don't know how to shoot in games. Let's be for real.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people with potato aim out there. So positioning, knowing how to position your body, know how to read your radar. And
part of people's potato aim, just real quick, is that they literally play the game never adjusting settings at all.
Never.
And the settings, I think there are some for every game. There's some major settings that everyone should do. Like one, this should be across the board. Everyone should know this by now. Turn off vibration on your controller. If you're playing with a controller, turn that off. All it's going to do is throw your shots off. That's one.
I turn vibration off. It's just the first thing I do.
Yeah, know the kind of guns you're going to use. Does your gun have a lot of recoil or not? If it does, adjust for that. Know what the range of the gun is for, like what its use is. If you're when I was playing Shatterline, a lot of guns like you basically, like if I saw the map, I would know what gun I wanted to use in that map. You can kind of change the gun out per character. That no character had a set gun, so it was like, all right, this map's a little bit bigger. I'm going to go with an assault rifle or an LMG. This map is a little bit smaller. Going to be a lot of small engagements, people running around corners. I'm going to get an SMG. You got to understand that and understand the map and how it works, as Forte said. But like, definitely there are major settings you need to set that for any particular game. Universally, everybody who wants to be good at the game should be doing research and finding out what those settings are. And then there are minor settings that are more about your play style, what you like, what makes you comfortable. And that's important to have, but you should be tweaking that. and get it to the point where I don't have to touch it no more. But when you first play a game, every time you're like, I didn't like that. I didn't like
You need
how
to give it some
when
time.
when I tried the ADS, when I tried to aim down sight, it's not locking on to where I want it to be. It's like a little over to the right. It's a little over to the left. Let me do some adjusting. Let me adjust my dead zones. Like little things like that. If you want to not have potato aim, these are things that you're going to have to work on. The default settings of the game are rarely going to get you that level of accuracy that you're looking for. Okay, go ahead, man.
No, I was saying, and then I think the last thing I will mention, and it's probably my most important thing, and it helps me, and even sometimes I don't listen to it, but it's a thing that a lot of people should listen to. You can do all the things that me and Slomo told you to do, and you inherently will run into somebody that will dog walk you, no
Yeah.
matter what. They will dog walk you, and then you'll get frustrated, and then you'll press, and you'll want to do better, and you'll be saying, I got to go kill that person because they killed me 15 times. And then
And not all of them is a cheater.
And
Because
not all,
that's
and
the first,
not all,
that's the,
yep,
that's
and
the
not
first
all,
thing people say.
yep,
I
and
got
they are
cheated.
not all cheaters, but you will want to go after this person so much to the point where you will completely forget everything that you were working on to do it. And that's fine. But the biggest thing you need to do is once you get to a part of the game where it's frustrating you to the point where you are literally triggered by it, walk away from the game. Get off the game, play something else, or if it's a game that has a online component where you can do stuff in the game that's not involved in doing PvP, go do that. Because the one thing I always see people do is try to push through frustration. Now, that's cool if you getting paid in a setting where there's money on the line, because that's what you have to do. But when you're trying to learn and be better and take in some harsh critiques of yourself, you don't want to be super frustrated all the time you're doing, because frustration brings bad habits, and as long as those bad habits stay with you, you will never get to the point where you want to. So I always tell people, if you are getting dog walked by people consistently, like 3-4 games in a row, instead of getting frustrated and saying, I hate this game sucks. And once you start blaming the game for stuff that you most likely are doing yourself, then that's when you need to say, I need to walk away from this game for a day. I need to go to sleep. I need to go watch Game of Thrones. I need to go do something. That's the most important thing, because I see so many people try to push through something, and I'm like, dog, take a break, relax, come back to the game later, and then examine your gameplay. Like Xbox has a DVR. PlayStation has a DVR. If you're on PC, more than likely you're part of the NVIDIA fan group, so you got Shadow Play. Record your gameplay and go. And you only do stuff like this if you're trying to get better, because the people that try to get better, if you looking at your gameplay, you can kind of see what you're doing and not doing right, and you can kind of tailor make and say like, hey, when I go around this corner, I don't have my gun up, or when I go around this corner, my gun isn't center mass to where I think someone's head should be. All those type of things play into it, and that's the things that's going to make you better. But it's little things. So don't try to do all of the things we're talking about in one game. Try to do the thing that you feel like you struggle the most with, and just work on it and keep working on it until you get to the point where I'm good at doing this. My aim is great. I don't have, like Slomo said, I don't have potato aim. Maybe I need to worry about, how do I move around corners now? How do I check and make sure I check my radar every 2 seconds? I'm always glancing at that to see where people are. And then you just keep working on that until it becomes second nature. Then you become what Slomo is, a beast.
I wouldn't say that. I'm okay. I'm just okay. Oh, if you can play at higher frame rates, do that.
Yeah, do that.
It's a proven fact. By Linus Tech Tips did a test with a bunch of regular old like Paul's Hardware, who was just a regular dude when it comes to playing games, up against Shroud. Paul's Hardware on a 240 hertz monitor was keeping up with Shroud on a 60 hertz monitor.
Yeah, he was.
There's a video out there that proves it for a fact that higher frame rates and a better monitor will actually help you see things better. Does it mean you're going to be the next Shroud? No. It does mean that wherever skill level you're at, you can get a little bit better by being able to see things better. And if you're on console, if there is a performance mode and that multiplayer can run at 120 frames per second or whatever the heck the console is trying to reach, it's trying to reach 120 frames but ends up at like 90 or 100. Screw the visual fidelity. You play at performance mode. You want to win?
Yeah, you want to win. Yeah.
Or do you want to die with ray tracing on? That's your choice. Okay.
Okay. I like that you want to die with ray tracing, yo. That's a good one.
I mean, like, there's a choice there. You know, if you're playing at higher frames, you have a better chance of seeing and reacting in time than if you're playing at 60. It's a proven actual fact. And sometimes, hey, look, I have a 3080 Ti now, Founders Edition. I could play Fortnite with ray tracing on if I wanted in max settings. But what am I doing? What am I starting to do now? Play it at mid settings and still on my 1440p monitor and not my 4K monitor. And why? Because the textures of those bushes that people hide in were a little bit lower, and I can see them. I can see them in the bushes. If you turn it all the way to low, I mean, the bushes might as well be trees in the fall with branches falling off. You can literally see them hiding.
Yeah.
So, little understanding the game and then understanding how the game works can go a long way. I've killed people who, like, we having a firefight in Fortnite. I'm on one hill, he on the other. There's a boulder sitting right beside him or even behind him. And because I know how the game works, that boulder is going to beeline home in right on him, even if I shoot it from the wrong direction. And he doesn't know that, but I do. And so I shoot the boulder until it comes off and knocks him off, and then I finish him off. Like, that comes with experience with the game, but like learning the game is really important.
Yeah, definitely. Well, just got a lot of information on that. I hope you guys take it and run with it, because you're gonna probably need it in Call of Duty. And guess what? We're gonna get walked tomorrow. I already know it because I did play the beta, but oh boy, the people that are be coming out of the woodworks tonight and tomorrow gonna be something crazy. So moving on to the final topic, gonna probably be a quick one. Definitely gonna be a quick one because there ain't as much information on it. But PlayStation's London studio is working on an untitled online co-op combat game set in a fantasy London setting. Some of the things it's going to be looking.
The Order 1887. Let's go.
Most ambitious game by the studio to date, built for the PS5 using the in-house engine Shoho engine, and definitely, I when I saw that it was Fantasy London, I was like, okay, that's different. I'm actually pretty interested to hear a little bit more about that. When
I heard that,
go ahead.
I immediately thought about the Order 1886.
I did think about
serious, yo.
I did. I know I
was
did
like,
too. I was like, are we gonna get finally a sequel? Is it gonna be 1887?
1896 or something. I don't care. I want something in that universe. That was a great story, a beautiful looking game. Of course, Ready at Dawn now is owned by Meta / Facebook, and they're only making VR games now. But they don't own that IP. Sony owns that IP.
Sony owns the IP, yeah.
So Sony can very well give that to Sony London and let them take that universe and run with it. The guy who wrote the story, the lead narrative guy, is no longer at Ready at Dawn. I don't know what he's doing right now.
Come on,
he might be available. I'm just saying, maybe the Order wasn't a great game.
It was a short.
It was too short. It was too short. The cover shooting was very pedestrian, and a lot of people had an issue with the QTEs and the boss fights. All that said, I thought it was a good foundation of a game.
Great looking game. Jesus
I mean,
Christ.
Uncharted is considered great, but like Uncharted 1 ain't great. Uncharted 1's the worst Uncharted game. It has very hit or miss platforming. The game design, the levels of like the kill zones were very just basic.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't that good. And that those levels where you're just on the jet ski with the exploding barrels all over the place, annoying as all get out. But it was a good foundation to start from. And if they just said, you know what, it was all right, but it ain't all that great. Let's just move on to something else. We would have never got the greatness, which is Uncharted 2. So like I think that like I think last generation Sony gave up on some IPs a little too fast. I think Microsoft, my Xbox did the same thing. Absolutely did the same thing. I wanted the Quantum Break too. I wanted the Sunset Overdrive too. But you know, when games have a good foundation, you know where you messed up at. Double down on the good stuff. Cut away the fat that doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
You might have a dime in there, but like I mean, I've harped on it too much. Look, I hope it's a good game. You know, it sounds ambitious. And it's co-op, so that this is probably going to be another one of those 12 live service games that
Mm-hmm.
they have already spoke about. So, they're definitely going to be pushing that because they really care about making sure that they have a hit at some point this generation with a live service game. So we'll see what happens though.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts, man?
They got a lot of stuff in the works. They got now that this is in the works. I know Bungie is going to be talking about their remake of Myth, or Myth 2. What they're doing. They did a little bit of information around that. So it looks like they're really, really diving into the whole fantasy line when it comes to this, and I think that's smart because those are the type of games that they're not bounded by reality, and you can pretty much do whatever you want to do in them. Whatever theory you come up with, whatever device you want to use to push the story and the narrative forward, I always think that's a great place to start. Just like sci-fi, because it's pretty much the same thing. So co-op always awesome for them to do something in. Like I said, being in a fantasy setting of London will be really cool. But I do think when you said the Order 1886, I was like, man, that would be great because that game, like you said, wasn't a great game, but it was a fun game. Like
Yeah.
you turn that game, like that was one of those games, and that was a PS4 game. You turned
Mhm.
that game on
Early PS4. It still looks
early.
better than the majority of their games.
Absolutely, it sure does, and I can only imagine what it would look like if it ever came to PC. But
You're right, right. And another thing, I think the world and the characters and
yeah,
the that stuff was really good. It
like the
was
way that
very
like the materials they used on the suit, on their clothing and stuff, like everything, like the super uh attention to detail in that game was
mhm.
so good. And I think that's why people were just disappointed that it wasn't enough there to satisfy people's urges, because it was like as soon as you jumped into it, you were halfway through the game, and as soon as you
Mhm.
blinked again, the game was over. It was pretty fast. But no, definitely, like I said, I like the fact that they are expanding in the multiplayer realm, especially when it comes to co-op and stuff like that. Because I feel like it's time for Sony to be a little uncomfortable. I think they've been so comfortable in their lane when it comes to third person action adventure shooters, you know, just like Xbox was in their shooter, like shooter, FPS. I just feel like
Mhm.
these companies, especially Microsoft, especially Sony, I think they're so much better than the games. I mean, not saying the games they put out were terrible, because they're not. I'm just saying I think they're so much better than what they basically force upon themselves by saying that this is what we are. And I do think with the right direction, with the right people at the helm, that they could bring some really interesting theatrical not third person, but action games that are in a co-op atmosphere, because I just want to see. I still to this day don't think we have gotten outside of Borderlands 2, because they had one of the most incredible stories ever, because they had one of the best villains ever voice acting the character and stuff. But I don't think we ever hit that plateau story wise when it comes to all of these games as a service that we've been talking about. You know, Division was cool, but it was kind of like hit or miss. Destiny, the story's getting better now, but it took 7 years to get there. Uh, and you know, nothing has really hit the apex of what Borderlands 2 was. Cause I think that is still like the gold standard when it comes to that. And I would like to see Sony actually bring some of that type of energy to this space. So I'm really looking forward to that. And this may not be the game, but hopefully one of the games that they're making that's in that space turns into that. And just seeing more and more of this stuff coming out from them is a good thing.
Great.
So, slow-mo, backslap, slow-mo, Arteus, whatever, backslap.
What?
Well, I don't know.
Where do you get that? What is this going
Arceus, I was about to give you a Pokemon. I was going to call you a Pokemon at first, but I don't want to call you a Pokemon. I was going to call you Arceus. But what you got going on your channel? When are you going to make a video? When can people expect the video? How long is it going to take you to make the video?
Oh, God. Look, I can't tell you. I'm working on content. That's all I can say. I'm working on content.
When are we going to see another stream from you?
Maybe tomorrow. It depends. It depends on how busy tomorrow is. I had to go into the office today. I got a lot done.
That was probably weird.
It was, you know, and but I was working specifically on certain things, and then an email I got after I got home means I might have to go back to the office very briefly tomorrow. So if that happens, there's definitely no stream tomorrow, but potentially something this weekend. You know, we'll see. But other than that, enjoy your games, people. And if I see you when I go live, then I see you when I go live. So yeah.
Shout out,
bro.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you're right, Sir Taz. Marathon, not Myth. Yes, Marathon is the game that they're going to be talking about.
That's what I thought you meant when you said Myth.
Yeah, I don't know why, because Myth is the other game that they made, and yeah, it's Marathon. Marathon's the one that they have the co-op aspect and stuff for. Shout out to you, Taz. Appreciate it. But nope. For myself, and I want to say this to you, Slow-Mo, because people don't say this enough to you. When I was watching your stream the other day, you're, having your topics and stuff. You have a gift, sir.
I do.
You have a gift. You have a gift of being able to convey your emotions in a way that you feel about stuff in a very genuine way, where I think people really resonate to what you have to say. And I want to encourage that. I want you to continue to keep doing that, because I think that is something that will definitely benefit you even more when it comes to being a part of this community, because you are a huge part of it. And listening to you talk about that stuff, because I like literally listened to that whole stream, even though I wasn't talking. I super chatted and I was just listening to it. And I was like, man, that's some really good points he's making there. And I really, really appreciate that. And I definitely look forward to you doing those more, because I would love to have you as part of a rotation of someone I'm listening to when I'm bored at work sometimes. So I need you to do those more. So maybe
I've intended to do.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I've intended to do lunchtime with Slow-Mo as like a permanent thing at some point during the week. Like people just know that, hey, lunchtime with Slow-Mo is going to be Tuesday mornings, or like Tuesday at 11 around lunchtime or something. Like people just know it, like that would instead of it being more of a random thing when I know I have time. But I appreciate that. I'll get better at the scheduling of it. And a lot of times sometimes it's just like finding a topic that I'm passionate enough to talk about, because half the time, like, you ask me something about the CMA stuff, I'm gonna tell you the same exact thing I've said maybe like since February.
Yeah, I really don't care no more at this point.
Yeah, I'm just
talking to talk at this point.
Right. So like nothing really new is happening here, okay? Like until Phil Spencer like punches Jim Ryan in the chin when he
Woo!
catches him in Brussels again. I just don't want to talk about it no more. But other
That
things that I
day's coming.
find,
That day's coming.
he's like, as soon as I catch you in the streets, it's over, Jim. No, but like, I mean, other stuff like talking about Cyberpunk and talking about like I loved talking about skill-based matchmaking. That was great today. Like things like that I care more about. Like
Yeah,
other
absolutely.
things that people really aren't talking about. That's what I like to do. So, come check it out next time I go live. You won't be
Definitely.
disappointed.
Yeah, absolutely. And we really appreciate all you guys too in the chat, man. You guys have always always did great when it comes by us, and we really, really appreciate that. But there was a bunch of I forgot to get these super chats. Shout out to the homeboy Erodimus becoming a member for 6 months in the straight. Shout out to Erodimus also with the 199 super chat saying hit the like button.
Shout
Erodimus,
out to Micah Adams for just subscribing to the channel.
shout out to Micah Adams. Shout out to you. Shout out to Erodimus saying for the $5 super chat, every time you hit the like button gives us a better chance of getting Sarah Bond on the show. So
Hey, I would love that.
So hit the like button for that. So Ryder's been telling y'all 3 different times to hit the right button. We really appreciate that, bro. And then Ham from the TSWS Gaming Podcast. That man does more podcast. That man is a worker.
Ham Solo.
That is a worker. Make sure you go check him out on this channel, man. He's always got really good interviews with some of the most known and some people that you don't even know when it comes to their plights as just streamers or just content creators and stuff like that. Does an amazing job over there. But he's subbed up again for 2 months as a 10%er. So shout out to you, bro. And we really appreciate you guys. And for myself, just stay on the channel, Gaming Forte. Other than that, follow me on Twitter, follow me on YouTube where you're already here. And we will see you guys next week on Slow-Mo's channel for episode 98. No,
What?
108, not 98.
We went back
108. We're going back in time. You guys have a good night. We appreciate y'all. And see you guys on Call of Duty. Peace.
Peace.
Eyes up, Guardian.